Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Suppresso shows up first, but here's Busting Credit showing good speed. Fighter Kite prominently positioned from the rail. Noah's Destiny attends the pace from the far outside. Captain of My Heart strides into fourth. Suppresso broke alertly, settles off the pace fifth from the inside. Matt Doyle is the last of six, and he's a good 7 lengths from Busting Credit. So the favorite wastes no time getting to the top spot heading into the turn. Opens up 2 lengths from Fighter Kite, Noah's Destiny. Captain of My Heart inching a little closer from the rail. Suppresso has more than 5 lengths to find at the 5/16, a length and a half to Matt Doyle. Busting Credit, no excuses at the quarter pole. He's the one to come and catch. Fighter Kite's making a run after him. Captain of My Heart is third, then Noah's Destiny, Suppresso, and Matt Doyle. Busting Credit has the lead. Fighter Kite's testing him at the 3/16. Busting Credit under left-handed urging. Fighter Kite has put his head in front. Fighter Kite has the lead. Busting Credit trying to fight back. Fighter Kite, Busting Credit, Captain of My Heart. Fighter Kite in an upset in the Tuesday opener from Busting Credit, Captain of My Heart, Suppresso. A trifecta, $64.12, 10 cents super, $30.30. On to the second race, 21. Ready for the start of the early pick 3. And there they go. Iova shows pace with Keep My Eye on the Boys and Free Shot. Lady Mistress attends the leader line. Midmon very deep. From the rail, we have Pal's Ally. They're in no hurry up front. We go to Renina's Rose, and Royal Jubilee gets to save ground this afternoon towards the tail. Iova, Keep My Eye on the Boys. A long shot, Lady Mistress is pushing 3 deep. Pal's Ally's in a good spot behind the leaders. Midmon has the 5th position. Not a lot of pace on. Free Shot's a little more than 3.5 for 4 off the lead. About 2 lengths to Renina's Rose, a length to Royal Jubilee. 25-2, so they crawl to the backstretch. And with the lead, Keep My Eye on the Boys. Iova's there. Lady Mistress is pushing 3 deep. Pal's Ally gets a nice tracking trip, saving ground in behind the leading 3. Break of nearly 4 to Free Shot. 2 lengths Midmon, Renina's Rose. Royal Jubilee's 2 lengths behind them. Keep My Eye on the Boys. Here's Pal's Ally making her move in the 2-path. Iova 3 wide. Lady Mistress now 4 deep. 4 lengths to Free Shot. She's got to go from there. Then go to Renina's Rose, Royal Jubilee, and Midmon's at the back. Keep My Eye on the Boys has the lead, and Pal's Ally goes with her. Lady Mistress is third. Now Free Shot's gaining ground. Free Shot makes a bid into fourth from the rail. Royal Jubilee and Renina's Rose are trying to commence bids, but they're a good 9 lengths from the front. Keep My Eye on the Boys, the one to beat. Pal's Ally made a bid after her. Keep My Eye on the Boys has turned her away to this point. They're at the 3/16. Keep My Eye on the Boys with the lead, a widening 2. Pal's Ally is second. Free Shot is third. Long ways back to the rest. Keep My Eye on the Boys is going to the winner's circle. Keep My Eye on the Boys in front. Pal's Ally, a big race at a big number. Then Free Shot, Iova for the superfecta. $17.22. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pick six time. Nearly $36,000 carryover scratch 1A Queen's Dancer in race. Ready for the pick six. And there they go. And Gone and Forgotten begins the best. Toscanova Beauty is showing speed from the rail. Steal My Heart forwardly positioned. Take Charge Christie is fourth. True Empress, a late runner, is content to be the last of the quintet. They're not flying up front. Toscanova Beauty and Gone and Forgotten share the top spot. Steal My Heart stalking in the clear. Take Charge Christie, little shy of 3 off the lead. And it's about 6 lengths to True Empress, who was at the back. Indeed, they are not flying. 23 2/5 that opening quarter. Toscanova Beauty, Gone and Forgotten. Steal My Heart at 31-1, making her move to the outside. Take Charge Christie sitting a nice trip. And here's True Empress at the mercy of this soft opening quarter. She is gathering momentum, gets within 5 lengths, but can she close into the pace? Gone and Forgotten, Toscanova Beauty, Steal My Heart. True Empress makes her move to the far outside, and here she comes with her powerful run. True Empress to the far outside, gonna try and pick up her stablemate. Gone and Forgotten. Take Charge Christie's taking off inside of True Empress. True Empress and Take Charge Christie. True Empress, Take Charge Christie's all heart from her inside. True Empress and Take Charge Christie, and here they are. True Empress and race 3 is official. 3, 2, 4, 1. The double, $2,384. A 3-2 exact at $113. The trifecta. And there they go. Awkward start for Bumble Monster. Slow start, Escape Mission, not showing speed. And here is Iron Horizon taking it right to Lieutenant Sam. Juggler getting a nice trip inside of Smart Storm. I like where Hutch is situated. He's 5 lengths from the 2 pacemakers. A length to Bumble Monster, 3 to Riley B. And Escape Mission nowhere near the lead. The last of all. And Lieutenant Sam's had enough of Iron Horizon. He's clearing away, heading into the turn. And Juggler's third, 4 off the lead. And Hutch is trying to pick up his best stride, getting within 5.5 at the 5/16. Bumble Monster also trying to lengthen his stride from the far outside, covering Smart Storm. And they're going to Riley B an Escape Mission. And Lieutenant Sam is the one to come and catch. Step up to him for all the money. Hutch is trying to progress up the inside. Juggler from the outside now hitting his best stride. Lieutenant Sam softened up by Iron Horizon. Here comes Juggler and Hutch. Lieutenant Sam is finished. Juggler and Hutch are the late threats. Juggler's up to the lead. And here's Escape Mission along the rail. But it's Juggler with the lead. Hutch fighting on. Juggler wins the money. Hutch checks in second. And third place, Escape Mission. 1 trifecta, $50. 10-cent super, 6215, $56.85. 236. Early pick 3, $129.70. And there they go. Central Love shows up first. Ginzu Warrior equally as quick out of the starting gate. In third, a Sea Tiger. Raw Courage comes away in fourth. Then Stud Puppy. What's My Category is the last of 6. Central Love has the lead. Ginzu Warrior is his partner. And they build up nearly 4 lengths to Raw Courage, racing with Sea Tiger. It's 2.5 for 3 to Stud Puppy. Another 2.5 to What's My Category at the back marker. Ginzu Warrior now puts his head in front. Ginzu Warrior has the lead. Central Love second from the inside. Better than 3.5 lengths to Raw Courage, flanked by Sea Tiger. Another 4 lengths, What's My Category, noticeably picking up his stride, and flanking him is the long shot, Stud Puppy. 24 3/5. And Central Love's right back at Ginzu Warrior. And they have 6 lengths or 7 lengths on Sea Tiger and Raw Courage. Another 2 to What's My Category. And Stud Puppy 2x2x2 heading into the turn. 49 seconds. Central Love, Ginzu Warrior side by side. And Central Love has reclaimed a narrow lead. But Ginzu Warrior's right back at him. Raw Courage and Sea Tiger are closing in together, and they get within 5 lengths. What's My Category now about 6.5 off the lead. Nothing from Stud Puppy. Ginzu Warrior having a hard time shaking clear of Central Love. Here comes Raw Courage. Here comes Sea Tiger. What's My Category gets within 2.5. Ginzu Warrior, Central Love, Raw Courage. Here's What's My Category looking for a crease to cut through. Far outside, Sea Tiger. A cavalry charge to the wire. And here's What's My Category. What's My Category with a big stretch run to win the money from Central Love, Ginzu Warrior. And checking in fourth was Raw Courage. A double is worth $58. 5-2 exact to $49.80. 5-2-4 trifecta, $23.87. The 10-cent super, 5-2-4-3, $12.10. And there they go. And showing pace is BC Glory Days. Also there from his outside is 30 Oysters. And one for my brothers up close to the action and going to be dancing. Four of them scrimmage for the top spot. After that 8 Sunset Drive Thundering March, MCRR and Tunnel Vision is the last of all. But now he's picking up his stride noticeably to the far outside. And there he goes from last into the 5th position with momentum at the 3/8. With the lead, going to be dancing BC Glory Days. Now let's key on Tunnel Vision. He is 5th. He's 6 off the lead. He continues to progress. Just in front of him, races 30 Oysters and one for my brother. Thundering March is 3rd last. From his outside, MCRR, 8 Sunset Drive at the back. And Tunnel Vision has sustained this run, and here he is up to the front. Tunnel Vision with this big move gets the lead at the 8th pole. No response from the front runners. Going to be dancing in BC Glory Days. Thundering March makes a move for 2nd along the inside. MCRR is 3rd. It's all about Tunnel Vision. A trading double for Chris Engelhardt. In the 2nd spot is Thundering March. After him, races at 60 cents for that dime. And there's the pick 3, 658, $25.62. Well, what do you know, fans? We got a favorite breaking through in our pick 6. Let's go to the 7th race, some maiden special weight pick 3. And there they go. Slow start for Ruby's Mission. A little bit of commotion in front of her with other runners. And they line up with lasting speed. Kiara, Scherzer, and Vivid Exposure 4 across the racetrack. 5 lengths to Baby Dreams. And she's a length in front of Ruby's Mission. I'm going to Glory Bound Clara. And at the tail is Northumberland. With lasting speed flanked by Kiara. Vivid Exposure is pushing 4 wide. Scherzer is right there 3 deep. And she tries to claim the 3rd spot at the 3/8. It's a break of about 4 lengths to Ruby's Mission, closing in gradually from the rail. Baby Dreams matching her. Glory Bound Clara now picking up her best stride as Kiara gets to the front at the quarter pole. Northumberland's at the back. Kiara has come away with the lead. Ruby's Mission is progressing beautifully. And here comes Ruby's Mission to tackle Kiara. Ruby's Mission's up to the front at the 8th pole, kicking clear from Kiara. And Baby Dreams is trying to close in, outrunning her odds. With lasting speed from the inside, Northumberland and Glory Bound Clara making bids for minor placings. Ruby's Mission has kicked well clear. Ruby's Mission in front. Maybe Glory Bound Clara for 2nd, putting that in 10-1 trifecta, $175.50, 10 cents super, 5-10-1-7, $266.65. On to race 8, scratch 1A, Miss Pab, race 8. And there they go. And there goes Throwing Stones out for the lead, and Heart Busting Girl is showing good pace. La Lima's into the race early, covering Betty's Smile. Coffee Futures runs with them from the rail. Sabrine advances with her wide run covering She's Not Bluffing. Cat Glasses Kathy 2nd last. Central Capital is the last of all. Heart Bustin' Girl and Throwing Stones. Now Betty Smile is taking over 3rd, and she's in a beautiful spot. And here is Sabrine with her wide run into the 4th position, and she's 4 lengths from the lead. Coffee Futures from the rail. Alima's in the 2-path. 3.5 back to She's Not Bluffing, along with Cat Glasses Kathy. And Central Capital's at the back. And here comes Betty Smile after Throwing Stones. Throwing Stones. Betty Smile looms live. She comes with her run. Throwing Stones, Betty Smile, Heart Bustin' Girl from the rail. Sabrine's not kicking it in. And there's Betty Smile up to the front. Now Sabrine tries to take off. Betty Smile. Somebody's trying to win over $100,000 here at Finger Lakes with Betty Smile, and they're going to get the big payday. Betty Smile, $106,000 pick. And race 8 is official. 3954, the 5-3 late double, $36.60. A 39 exacta, $16. 395 a trifecta, $12.30. And there they go. Smart Broad is showing pace, but here's Investment Grade, the quickest away. Investment Grade flanked by Treat Her Like a Star. Twice Smitten makes a move into 3rd from the rail. Kateri Empire's in a tough spot in the 2-path. Pretty tight there for Kateri Empire. Now she's all alone in 4th. Length or so back to Smart Broad. I'm going to stabilize and Bastet. So it is Investment Grade who got pounded in the wagering. She's the quickest in the run to the 3/8, 3/4 of a length. To treat her like a star. Twice Mittens biding her time from the inside. Kateri Empire is fourth, and she'll have to rally. She's about 4.5 or 5 off the lead. Bastet begins to close in along the rail. Nothing yet from Smart Broad. Stabilizes at the back. Treat her like a star, and Twice Smitten. They gang up on Investment Grade. It's Treat Her Like a Star with the lead. Treat Her Like a Star, front and center at the 3/16. Twice Smitten makes a move for second. Investment Grade shifts out, tries to re-rally. Bastet to the extreme outside. Treat Her Like a Star, and Twice Smitten with her big run from the rail. And here is Twice Smitten, the favorite in the nightcap, a double for Michael Davila Jr. Treat Her Like a Star is second, $34.25. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Wednesday opener at 1:15. 8 races with a fast racetrack. No carryovers this afternoon. Let's get into the changes. In the opener, scratch 5, Vaguely Famous. Vaguely Famous, scratch from our Wednesday opener. Number 2, Joyful Departure, will carry 2 pounds over the weight. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Not a lot of changes this afternoon. In the second race, no changes. Early pick 3 starts in race 2. Third race will start our pick 6. A couple of overweights. The 3, Pompous Prince, 1 pound over the 4. Colton goes 2 pounds over the weight. Fourth race starts the pick 5. The fifth race starts the late pick 4. Race 6 starts our late pick 3. And the seventh race begins the late daily double, and no changes. Races 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let's go to the nightcap. 7, Frankie C, 4 pounds over the weight. 43 minutes until the opener. Have a great Wednesday. Up next, Dave Matthijs.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Matthijs. Man, yesterday we had that pick 6 carryover. Over $100,000 somebody won that pick 6. You had to come up with what's my category. That one was a tough one, stepping up in class, a lot of seconds, but congratulations if you did to that winner out there. Was it $106,000? That is, I believe that is the biggest payout in Finger Lakes history as far as on the racing side. I know we had that $2 pick 6 back in the day. There was one day we had over 100,000 carryover, but I believe there were 2 tickets that won that day, over $40,000. So I think this was the biggest payout that we've had. So congratulations, whoever won that pick 6. You had to come up with what's my category. Also, Take Charge Christie, man, that's a nice horse. I mean, that one was a little easier to come up with just on class, but did go off at odds of 10-1. Yesterday did have a couple doubles. You had Michael Davila with a couple victories. Also, Joel Cruz had 2 wins on the card. Good to see Michael. Michael's right now in the top 10, but the big thing is Michael getting, riding this entire season. He's been a real good rider over the years. Just has had some really bad luck over the seasons with some injuries. Good to see him riding all season long and in the top 10 at this time. Joel Cruz also riding very well. Man, could he have ridden Betty Smile any better in that 8th race? But, yeah, Betty Smile. And then Michael won the last race as well. So you got Carl Grusmark. Speaking of what's my category, and Betty Smile, Carl Grusmark had 2 wins on the card. Congratulations to Carl Grusmark. Yeah, he was a legend back in the day. If you follow Finger Lakes Racing and racing in general, you can remember some of the great ones that he had, like Weathered and Carlo. And then, of course, Dr. Blarney is the most recent. That's like a Finger Lakes legend. But Carl's been training for a long time, sharp horseman. Good to see him get a couple wins on yesterday's card. I mean, right now the jockey race is neck and neck for this final few weeks. I think we got, after today, 12 racing days after today. Diego and Kiberko are tied with 55 wins apiece atop the jockey standings. Man, that should maybe get a good finish in that one. Also, we're going to see Andre Worry return to the saddle. He's been waiting to get cleared by the doctor. Probably not enough time to win the jockey title. Probably would have won it, but good to see him get back, and he should have at least a couple weeks before the end of the year. But, of course, Chris Engelhard is most likely going to win the trainer title. He's got a 3-win padding on the second-place trainer. Okay, 8 races on today's card. Maiden Claimer is the first 11-9 Claimer. Yeah, it goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. Tricky race because this level usually is. You'll get horses dropping slightly in class from the special weight. You'll get horses that are in the condition. You get horses stepping up, and some horses out of town. So it is usually a competitive race, but also a tricky one to come up with a winner. Now, I do have the 4 Ruler of the Night as my top choice. Looks to be the main speed of the race, and that's the key. It is a slight drop in class. Kind of a scary drop. The horses had only 1 start since June, and it wasn't that good. But there isn't much speed in here, and that's the key, and it's only 5.5 furlongs. My only other concern would be why John DeVillis is not riding this horse. I mean, does he get off the horse? Does he not want to ride the horse? I mean, those are some question marks. But Ruler of the Night does look like the horse to beat from a pace standpoint in race number 1. They're going to have to catch this horse. Looking at the rest of them, you got 2 horses coming out of the same race, and it was the same type of race where Sassy Tallahassee and Our First Lady were trying to close ground. The race was won by Funny Honey, who got the trip, but these 2 are both close. I thought Sassy Tallahassee ran the better race because of the pace. I mean, they didn't go fast at all. I mean, talk about not fast at all. They crawled for the 6 furlongs. I mean, they went 23 and changed 48. I mean, that's route fractions that they were doing that day. And Sassy Tallahassee still closed to run second. And that was the first time dropping to the 11-9. Well, not the first time dropping, but was dropping to 11-9 out of the special weights. So I thought she ran a pretty good race. She's had a lot of chances, though, but not a lot of chances at the maiden claiming level. Our First Lady, not really that much excuse because she was up close to that slow pace, but she still had some run. I mean, she fought Sassy Tallahassee when she came to her for second, but she wasn't really a threat at the end because at least she was a little bit off it. I mean, you got to consider her top 3 or 4 threat out of that race, though, after running third. I got a couple of tricky ones on the inside. I mean, you got Noble Lady, who's a new face. She hasn't run since April. And then you got Joyful Departure, who drops, and her only start, she didn't really break that well. So that's another one that's hard to figure. I mean, Joyful Departure does have a little more route breeding. Noble Lady's just got good breeding. I mean, this is the first full out of the dam. That dam was a stakes winner during her career, and this is a hard spun. Now, she's never run against this kind. I mean, she's running against tougher at Gulfstream. There's an off-the-turf event that she was in going long. But also, she's been off since April. So a real tricky read on that one as well for former jockey John Grabowski. I think John Grabowski and Sal Iorio training in the same race yesterday. All right, second race, the 5,000 claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. Yeah, I mean, I watched the race. I mean, the better race seems to be the race won by Lucky Manny. that they didn't go that fast, but the speed didn't hold anyway. And it was Lucky Manny who ran a good race, stalking the pace, and I thought it was more about runabout, unable to get a good trip in there, than it was Lucky Manny beating. Lucky Manny got the better of the trips. If you watch runabout in that race, they were going slow. Davila was forced to make an early move, and I mean like an early middle type move where he went from last all the way up into contention. It's tough to win like that here at Finger Lakes when you're wide. He's making a circling move to get into contention, which, I mean, it's the right thing to do because you're recognizing that it's a slow pace, but it's a tough trip. And then somehow he drifted into the inside, which wasn't great, and got just nosed out. I mean, it was close by Lucky Manny. So he was best that day. It's just a matter of he just could not work out a trip from that post position with the pace that they had. It just didn't work out for runabout. And considering the trip that he had, he ran a big race. So I'm going to come back with him here. He looks to be the horse to beat. Now, I do give Sneeds a strong chance, too, stretching out. He's run 2 bang-up races and sprint races, and now he'll try a route, and probably better going long than short. So a lot of reason to like Sneeds here. I mean, he has had some experience and has had some chances going long this year in those routes. But he's running good. He's been competitive every race. And with the stretch out today, fits nicely. Now, the other thing here is, I mean, you got a couple of speed types. Not only Sneeds, but you got Holy Cowboy stretching out. I mean, is that horse going to try to rate? I mean, I don't know if Holy Cowboy can even route, but if he can, I mean, the horse has had some trouble at the gate. Maybe this is a good way to overcome it. You got the more distance. Grit and Glory's got speed, too. I mean, Grit and Glory had no excuse stopping last time. And Ringgood likes to be up close as well. So you got some pace in this race that, you know, if Runabout can be a little more patient, he could sit, make a run. Same thing with Lobotomo. Lobotomo is more of a closer, and he's going to get some pace, better pace to chase. Obviously, Runabout ran a much bigger race than Lobotomo did last time. As Lobotomo, I mean, he was a little bit off the pace, but he got a perfect trip behind the pace. I mean, Jackie Davis couldn't have rode this horse any better, sitting a nice trip in behind and then angling out and didn't win. I mean, I don't have an excuse for the horse just because Lucky Manny was outside just off that pace and still won. So, yeah, no excuse for Lobotomo in that sense. But he's going to get a pace today. Might get the best of it, and that puts him in the number 31865 for me in the second. Okay, pick 6. Did you realize there's no carryover to the pick 6? Hey, still hit it, might make some money. Goes the distance of 1 mile and a 16th, and it's a good race. I mean, you really can't say that nobody's got a shot. I mean, Colton Goes might be a stretch, stepping up, but the other 5 look very competitive in this third race. I wanted to take Pompous Prince, stretching out. Does look like the speed of the race. I'm just a little concerned about the distance. I do like him. I mean, he ran a good race despite trouble behind Flowing River last time. It's just sprint on both sides. If he could get the distance, he might be tough to run down. I thought Doc Advantage, no excuses today, could stay close up with the speed of Pompous Prince and maybe wear that one down late. I mean, he does seem to be finishing second with no excuses the last 2. I mean, I do give him an excuse. He did break slow last time. It wasn't horrible, but it could have been the difference of the race that he didn't win with a slow break. And the race before that, he ran to Leo and Royal, so it might not just be a case of him finishing second. He's just finishing second because of the trip or because of better horses, and that may have been the case. So no excuses today. This is a little bit easier field. No such rivals like Leo and Royal and Shanty Shack, and maybe he breaks a little better today. That makes him the horse to beat. But he's got to stay close with the 3, Pompous Prince by Palace. Again, Palace known more for sprints and routes. The Dam side, yeah, the Dam's a half to a greatest stakes winner, but was a sprinter, and there's a lot of sprinters in that offspring. I guess on the Dam side, it's probably a little more route than the Sire, because there are a couple of routers in there. So if this one could get the extra yardage, he's definitely dangerous stretching out, because he does look like the inside speed of the race. So I'm going to use him second, and he's got good form too. It's not like this horse is running badly. He's running very well. Again, had a rough trip last time and still ran second in that race. I don't know if he's going to beat the winner anyway. Street Cop Officer beat easier last time, and it was a good race, and he might be able to work out a trip. He's got some tactical speed that he can stay close with Pompous Prince, probably sit right off of that one on the inside, but he comes off his best lifetime number by far. This horse ran a big race last time. Was running pretty well, but that one was the one he just got the trip, got the number for the race. If he can repeat that race, he should be right there. I mean, it's a little tougher field, though, for Street Cop Officer, but at least he's trending in the right direction. The 5, Wind Giant, ran a good race. He's kind of with the track a little bit more, though, as he was trying to stalk and close. Yeah, broke step slow. It wasn't bad, but he ran third behind Shanty Shack. He was a little closer to the pace than some of the other ones, like Doc Advantage. I thought he got the best of it, though, because it was a dead rail day. But Wind Giant got to be used off of a decent performance. It was beaten less than a length. So that'll go the 6-3-2-5. Again, Crypto Causeway's not out of it. That one could get a trip from the rail. Good competitive third race to start off the $1 pick 6. No carryovers. Might have to go to the pick 5 today. Pick 5 has always been the best wager at the track. I guess yesterday maybe not so because the pick 6 had that big carryover. Goes a distance of 5.5. Yeah, tough to go against My Inner Voice dropping. I mean, this is a big drop. It's a kind of a scary drop, as he's had only one start since July. But you got to think he's got enough in the tank to beat $5,000 maidens and a very questionable $5,000 field. I guess the big question mark might be a horse like Benevolently. I don't know what to do with that horse because she shows absolutely nothing, but she's dropping. It doesn't seem like Journey of 5 can beat My Inner Voice. Sarah's Pride can't beat that one. Rose in the Sky could run better than what she did last time when she was mixed up in the duel with Journey of 5. My Little One's got to run better than what she did last time. And Sly Sloan's got, a little bit of credentials running against tougher in her career. But the more you look at it, the best, one of the worst races for My Inner Voice is still good enough to beat some of the best races of the other horses in this race, which makes her a winner. It's just a scary drop when you see a horse dropping all the way from a special weight to the bottom. But I guess if it's going to happen, it's going to be this time of year that you could get the win. The 6, Sly Sloan, yeah, she seems like the main contender, but it's not like she's got great form either. I mean, she dropped to 5, ran 4th, and then caught a really easy bunch last time that she's supposed to beat, and she finished an off-the-board 4th. So that's a concern for Slice if you're back at Sly Sloan. I mean, she's up close with a really slow pace, and she couldn't get it done. But if you could forgive the other $5,000 efforts, I mean, she's spreading her races out. That was her first start since July, so maybe that's the excuse, the lack of activity for Sly Sloan, and she could run a better race today and maybe contend with My Inner Voice in this race. Got the best shot to do so. Yeah, My Little One, I don't know if I guess she'll be a big price because My Inner Voice is going to be a short price. And she's had chances, and she seems like she's more of an underneath horse. I think she just needs to be closer than what she was last time. And in the last 2 races that she's run, and that's been the problem, she's not breaking all that sharp from the gate. She had 3 straight in the money finishes against similar fields, and then the last 2, she's mainly been hampered by the gate. And you see the race. Well, I mean, she's had some bad trips too. She didn't break that badly 2 back. She just got blocked behind horses in that race. It was the last race that she broke a step slow and never really in it. And the main reason is she's not a sit back, way back horse, make a move. Of course, she's still a maiden. Who knows what kind of horse she is to win because she hasn't won yet. But I think she needs to be a little closer than where she was last time. So I think she's compromised a little more by that slow break than other horses because she's not going to make up that ground. Give her a chance today to hit the board. Benevolently, yeah, she's the tricky read. I mean, this is a horse that's had only 4 starts, a couple of them as a 2-year-old, and has shown absolutely nothing. But they are races against much tougher competition. She's very well bred. I mean, she's got a half that was the dam's got a half that's a multiple graded stakes winner, and then it's a Bellamy Road. I think that the horse that's a half was sired by Bellamy Road. I don't know, so Bellamy Road is the grandmother and mother. But evidently I'm going to use for fourth. Yeah, I mean, the breeding's there. The breeding's there, so I'm going to use her for. She's, I mean, it's good breeding, but actually is, I want to say it's more route breeding, and there is some turf breeding in Benevolently as well. Okay, fifth race. 5,000 Claber going 5.5. Horses that have not won 2 races since the date, or which have never won 4 races. I'm going to take a shot. Speaking of Eddie Babcock, I mean, I liked him to hit the board with the long shot in the race before. I like Massey Hall if you watch his last race. I mean, you get Stephen Frett and Eddie Babcock a win here. This horse got off a little bit slow, and you got to think that was a tougher race last time, where he was sitting behind horses and then had to take up a little bit in that race. So that was a good effort. It wasn't like he was badly beat in a couple of the other races. And you look earlier this year when he was running for 5 different conditions, he won 2 in a row. Man, he was running some big numbers. Those numbers are good enough to beat the rest of this field. So I think Stephen Frett could pull this one off. Little bit of a price. He's 7-2 morning line, third choice. Got him on top. Miami Chrome, hard not to use this horse. He's always right there. Doesn't win an awful lot, but he's always right there. Ran third last time against his stablemate, Nutsy, and a couple other good ones. I mean, all-time classic, ran a good race. He's another one that always hits the board. But I'll use Miami Crow second. All-time classic, yeah, he gets the board often. Lately, he's running good. He's got that tactical speed. He can sit right off of Margarita Sunrise. Now, Margarita Sunrise stops on the front end. He's coming back from Presque Isle. You got to think all-time classic. Could be in the perfect position, maybe even to win. And the Murph Barn is going really well lately. He's been winning races. See that Tacony Road horse that's out of Finger Painter. That one won last week. But Magnificent Chrome, yeah, won the 2 in the year condition. That was back in August. It has a little bit of a break since the September race where he ran against Tuffer in CJ's Grand Slam. Returns for $5,000. Obviously, this is a tougher $5,000 race than he's been involved with, but his best race puts him in the mix. I'm going to go 3-4, 7-5 in the fifth. Okay, sixth race, another 5,000 maiden claimer that goes 6 furlongs. The issue with this race is the absolute lack of pace. And, you know, they're not going to go that fast anyway. But what are they going to do for the half? Is this going to be another 47 and change half for 6 furlongs? I would expect that. I would expect a 47 half for this race. Now, who's going to be doing that 47 half on the front end is the big question, because there is no true front runners in this race. I mean, you look at all of them. They're all horses that like sit. Laz is showing some route speed, and he's up close in sprints. Maybe Laz could get the lead, and you got an aggressive rider on John DeVille with Dancing with Rico. Maybe that one can be aggressive and get the lead. Those are my top 2 anyway. I mean, I like Dancing with Rico off of his last start. I mean, in a sense, he woke up a little bit because he had to close on that a little bit on that 47 and just missed. I mean, the winner was the one that benefited the most. I mean, the winner, one for my brother, he's not even a horse that has speed, was the one that got the lead in those slow fractions, and Dancing with Rico just couldn't quite get to him. Looked like he was going to. Well, I would expect a similar type race here for Dancing with Rico. He's got to try to stay close. They're going to do 47 probably to the half, and maybe he can break through. Again, Laz could be that one. I mean, he's running against Tuffer. That's the big thing. He's running against special weights. Last time at the 11-9, found himself further back because he didn't break all that well, and the speed didn't come back. It turned out to be a good race. I mean, Banco Medici won the race because, you know, he's all over the place, and he came back to win anyway. And Bay Bank has turned out to be a good one. I mean, I think Bay Bank has got better since that race, winning a couple in a row. But it did turn out to be a good race overall for Laz, and he was just never in it because he wasn't sharp at the start. So he's the main contender to Dancing with Rico with a clean start and a clean trip. Got to consider him dropping to 5 anyway for Bill Bartlett. The 3-horse, the Wipers on the Bus, finished behind Dancing with Rico in that race when first time dropping to 5 after debuting against maiden special weights. Same thing. I mean, he's sitting off of that 47, trying to chase him down. Maybe he can improve in his 3rd career start, but he'll have to improve to at least turn the tables on Dancing with Rico. He's in the top 3, though. Then you got to use somebody for 4th. Once you get past those 3, that's when it gets tough to round out your super. You do have another drop down in the 6th, Dancing with Jake. I mean, he showed a little bit earlier in the summer, but lately this horse has shown absolutely nothing. Getting beat double digits in those routes. Maybe turn him back to the sprint and drop into 5, he'll be a little closer. I mean, just that logic that you don't have that long of a race to fade further, maybe. But the big thing is, 5,000, we've seen it. We've seen these drop downs, even with poor form. I mean, they really wake up in a hurry, dropping to 5,000. And that could be the key for a horse like Dancing with Jake. And Michael Progno has done a good job this year with the small stable that he has. I mean, he probably doesn't have great horses as far as classy allowance horses to work with, but they improve for him. And I've noticed it this year. Michael Progno, an old-time trainer, does a good job. 7th race, an 11-9 claimer, going a distance of 6 furlongs. Horse have not won 2 races since a date or never won 4 races. Yeah, you got Almondro, who dropped to 11 last time. It won for 11 the last time that he had dropped. The last time you think that, 4-horse field, he just goes to the front, he's going to win. Unfortunately, the connections didn't see that, so they decided to sit off of number 1 Dillon. Well, number 1 Dillon's a tough horse if you let that horse go. I mean, and number 1 Dillon was able to go 47 and change. I mean, Almondro can't do 47 and change, but it was one of those things that he just ran second because the other horse had an easy lead. Well, I would think that this horse could get a trip here. And now I doubt he doesn't need to go to the lead this time because there is other speed in the race. This race, I mean, you got Drossel Diem and Father Walsh outside, so he can sit that kind of a trip this time, and I think he can win. I mean, Almondro has been facing tougher horses in the past. He's a little bit better than these as far as the 11-9. Got him on top. The 7th, Father Walsh, yeah, he was loose last time, but he was also loose in some quick fractions. He went 22 and 45, and that's against Alpha Cairo, who would pretty much crush this field too. So that's a much tougher field that he was up against. So he drops the 11-9, and the drop alone makes him tough, especially coming out of that race. And it's not as bad as it looks. It looks like, well, he got to the lead, he had an easy lead, he stopped. No, those are quick fractions, especially for that day. Definitely a player. The entry for 3rd I got with Double Shot and Maddie's Express. Double Shot just claimed for 5, steps back up. Not like it's a big step up. The horse was running for 11-9 earlier in the year. He had an excuse last time, didn't get a good trip after a relatively slow start. And this isn't much tougher. Once you get past Almondro and Father Walsh, the Double Shot's better effort would put him in the number. Maddie's Express coming off a 2nd for 5. I do like Double Shot better as the 2. But I'll use this entry for 3rd. And for 4th, they'll throw in Nobody Rides for Free. Man, you're getting some prices on some of these Chris Engelauer horses. The one in the marathon route the other day was 15-1. This one is 6-1 morning line coming off a win. How often do you see that? One thing I noticed about Chris Engelauer, he's really good coming off of a win in the last start. And this one had dropped to win, so how could he not like Nobody Rides for Free to at least be competitive here? I expect him to be one of the favorites. But he's 6-1 morning line, and hard to leave him out of the number. Maybe not quite as, number-wise, quite as good as Almondro or Father Walsh, but he was facing tougher in those allowance races, and maybe got the confidence builder dropping last time and stays at basically the same claiming price. All right, last race. 5,000 maiden claimer, going a distance of 1.70 miles. Man, I've been down this road before. I think, a week ago, Jeremiah had a couple heavy favorites in the last race. I think he won with the other one. I should say, he won with one of them, lost with a couple of them, and they were heavy favorites. I think Rachel Sells won a couple of those races. But this is another one that looks awfully tough. I mean, it's a route race, but Northway coming off just off the board, wasn't a badly beaten fourth in his last start, and the horse in her last start, and now she drops to 5. I guess the stretch out might be a little concerned. The horse is really well bred for a route, though, so I would think the route's going to be even better for Northway. That makes her tough to go against. So half to Tis Time to Shine, who won the Aspirant Stakes. Of course, that's a sprint, 2-year-old sprint in 2014. But, this is a horse by Bernardini. The horse should be able to relish the extra distance. And the big thing is dropping to 5. She should beat most of the rivals in this field. Don's Last Call stretches out. She just ran out of real estate last time. I mean, this horse was flying late. I mean, she was actually no threat to Scouting Party because she was so far back. But it was a nice move late for Don's Last Call. And she's had some bad racing luck. I mean, of course, the one day the other horse broke the rein and went into her. That's why they lost the rider. But she came back and ran a good second in a route race. That race is good enough to put her right there against these, especially if Northway, as the heavy favorite, doesn't have it. At least because of the Brave for third, she returns to Finger Lakes and actually will go a route on the dirt. I mean, we see the route races on the artificial surface, especially one of them is really good. The race that she went to Presque Isle, went the route, she didn't lose by much. She set a really quick pace and held on to be second. If she could do that here on the dirt against 5,000 maidens, she's going to win. She does have only one dirt attempt in her entire career. Entire career usually isn't much for a maiden, but she's got 17 starts. She's had a lot of chances. That one dirt route, she did finish third. So that puts Because of a Brave in the mix here. You can use her third. Fourth, I use Barbara Spirit. She seems to have a late run and then kind of flattens out at the end, whether it was the route or the sprint. Maybe if she gets the right kind of pace scenario up front and she can make that one move, she could do it at the right time and get the win here. But Barbara Spirit, maybe more of an underneath horse, but she's only had a few starts, so there is some room to improve. 5, 6, 1, 8 in today's last race. So those are my selections for this Wednesday card. We're dark the next few days, and we don't have a lot of live racing days left. We're heading into November here soon. I know next week is the last week of October, and then after that we got the Breeders' Cup. Man, that's coming up. You want to watch the Breeders' Cup races right here at Finger Lakes. Great place to watch. Have a couple drinks, watch the Breeders' Cup, play some races. I'll be here. And then that Monday, I think we're going to change the clock. So we'll change the clock on the weekends. But we change our post time to the earlier 12:15 post. But our next live racing day will be coming up this Monday, and we'll have 1:15 that day. So I'll see you then.
6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, maiden claimers, 11 to 9, sprinting a 5.5 furlong, scratch 5, a vaguely famous. An overweight 2, joyful departure, 2 pounds over. Race 1 will begin the early double and the early pick 4, a fast racetrack. Let's meet the field, beginning with the 1, Noble Lady and Heman Harkey. 2 is Joyful Departure, Nazario Alvarado. Next will be number 3, Sassy Tallahassee K. Burkoa. Second choice at 3 to 1. The favorites, the 4, Ruler of the Night, and Emmanuel Di Diego. 4 to 5 on the board. Scratch the 5, 6 Hour First Lady, Christian Navarro. And the 7 is Menali with Kevin Navarro. 6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, our Wednesday opener at 1:15, little more than 4 minutes until post time. Eight races on this Wednesday card, a fast racetrack. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. 6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies in our Wednesday opener. Maiden claimers 11 to 9, 4 Ruler of the Night will be my top selection. Kind of by default. I backed her the day she ran her best race of the season. That was on the 5th of June. She was nearly 12 to 1 that afternoon. Had the lead at the 8th pole. Couldn't seal the deal. Could not fend off Fancy Pants Juliana from Bill Bartlett's barn. It was a good effort. She was supposed to stick around that day. The 47 3/2. She's pressing that. That was a nice flow for her to keep on running strongly. Her 2 subsequent starts have not been anything close to that one. Now she drops in for 11. Looks like she's the speed of the field. A short price. Not in love with that. Made her my top pick. 3, Sassy Tallahassee has run back-to-back second-place finishes when in for $11,000. 4 races ago, a distant second. Recently, a pretty good closing second for that 11. It's a very good closing second considering the flow, 23 2 and 48 2. And despite that, she made up 2 1/4 lengths from the quarter pole to the wire. I think she's worthy of trying to maybe spring the upset here. She is a second pick for me. 6 Hour First Lady, a filly that I've always liked. I liked her debut run once upon a time. Hasn't really come close to running back to that, although recently she has been showing a little bit of improvement. 4 races ago, a good third to Maddie Surprise. Recently coming out of the same race as Sassy Tallahassee when she checked in third. Looks like she is making a forward move. We'll see if she can continue this. And then the 7 Menali, who is dropping out of maiden special weight ranks. This is probably her easiest assignment of her career. She's worthy of consideration from that far outside. 4, 3, 6, 7 for me in our Wednesday opener. The fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Wednesday opener. Big favorite is the 4 Ruler of the Night at 4 to 5. Good tote support. 1 Noble Lady at 5 to 2. 3 Sassy Tallahassee 7 to 2 in the wagering. 6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies arriving at the starting gate. Joyful Departure is the first one in. Here's the Gulfstream Park Invader, Noble Lady. Up next, Sassy Tallahassee. The favorite, Ruler of the Night. Our First Lady and Menally, the last 2 to load. Menally to the outside. Ready for the opener. And there they go. Ruler of the Night begins the best. Menally is up close from second. Here's Noble Lady and Joyful Departure advancing third and fourth. Sassy Tallahassee has the fifth spot, and from her outside is Our First Lady. Ruler of the Night, the expected speed, almost 3 parts of a length. Menally is pressing from her outside. And along the rail is Noble Lady in the third spot. Joyful Departure has 3 to find at the 3/8. A length to Our First Lady, hitting her best stride, 3 deep. Nothing yet from Sassy Tallahassee. Ruler of the Night has the lead, more than a length and a quarter. Menally continues to chase the chalk from second. Joyful Departure third. Our First Lady with her wide run. Noble Lady drops out of it just a bit, now going to try to swing into the 2 or 3 path. And Sassy Tallahassee tips to the extreme outside. In the meantime, Ruler of the Night has given them the slip. No excuses with the top spot. Our First Lady is chasing from second. Sassy Tallahassee's into third. Ruler of the Night at even money in the opener. Our First Lady second, then Sassy Tallahassee. Joyful Departure checked in fourth for the Super. One minute 7 and 28/100ths the final time. For Ruler of the Night, a gate to wire winner of the Wednesday opener. 6 Our First Lady is second. Third place, number 3, Sassy Tallahassee. And I believe the 2 checked in fourth, but we will wait for confirmation from the placing judges, and we have it. 4-6-3-2. 4-6-3-2 unofficially in our Wednesday opener. Roller of the Night is in the winner's circle. A 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Midnight Alute out of the dam Saltwater Rain. Owned by Hibiscus Stables and Big Toe Stables. Winning trainer Jeff Engelhardt. Winning jockey the Barber Emmanuel Di Diego. Winner was bred in New York by Hibiscus Stables. The opener is official, 4632. That exacta $14.80. The trifecta $8.90. The 10-cent super $11.27. On to the second race. No changes. The early pick 3 gets underway in race 2. Post time in about 22 minutes at 1:45. Fans, I have some jockey changes that need to be announced. Michael Davila Jr. will be inactive. Let's start in the 5th race. 1 Dr. Lloyd, Jose Baez. 5th race, 1 Dr. Lloyd, new jockey Jose Baez. Let's go to race 6, number 2, Chasing You. A jockey change to Christian Navarro. Christian Navarro, number 2, Chasing You in race 6. And we go all the way to the nightcap. Number 1, Because of the Brave, Heman Harkey. 8th race 1, Because of the Brave, Heman Harkey. Michael Davila Jr. not riding this afternoon. Those 3 jockey changes, races 5, 6, and 8.
in the paddock for race number 2, and yeah, paceless race. Ruler of the night was able to take advantage of the lack of speed in there and graduated on this Wednesday to begin the Wednesday card. Emmanuel DiDiego picks up that mount for trainer Jeff Engelhart. Second race, a 5,000 claimer. Now here's a race since the date that goes a distance of a mile 70. And we'll start with the 3 Runabout. Runabout at odds of 3-1. The 6 Labanimo getting some play at 2-5. If you watch the last race, though, I thought Runabout had the worst of the trips of the 2 and still finished ahead of Labanimo. And, you know, he had to make an early move. The early pace ended up being slow. John Heddett was forced to make an early middle move from last to third to put him into contention, then even went to the front before drifting over to the rail and then just got nosed out at the end. So it was not a good trip for Runabout, and he still ran well. Looked like he was best in there because of the trip. See if he can make amends and get the victory today. Mentioned Labanimo. He was getting some play at 2-5. He was sitting off what was a relatively slow pace, but a few of them were. It wasn't as if the horse that was on the front won. But he kind of ran evenly late as horses like Runabout was able to close a little ground. This one was unable to make up the amount of ground to get the victory, but he was there, and that was his first time running for 5,000 after running for tougher. And the one thing you say about this race is he's going to get some pace to chase. At least you would think so, with some of the pace signed up with Grit and Glory, Sneeds, and Holy Cowboy stretching out, that Labanimo will have that extra pace to run at. But you would think the Runabout's going to get first run on him, but he's a strong player as well. Mentioned Sneeds. Sneeds stretches out after a couple good sprint efforts. Ran second 2 races in a row. Rachmaninoff got shook loose in the race in the slop, and then before that was Enrico's Palazzo shaken loose. So he's kind of been in a situation to follow the leader the last 2, as he had 2 lone speed winners in both those sprint races. So stretches out. He should be with the pace throughout, and it seems like the route is a better distance for Sneeds. He does have a lot more seconds than victories, but he could be around and be in the top 3 against this field. Then you got the 5 Ringgood. Ringgood took a drop in class to 5, a little more competitive than being overmatched in those state-bred allowance conditions as he's been. And he hung around pretty well considering he didn't break all that sharp, kind of rushed up a little bit, and did finish just off the board. This is a little tougher as far as the field, but at least he showed signs of life with a drop in class last time. So 10 minutes to post for the second. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 starts here.
Second race, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, now winners of a race since January 1st. $5,000 claimers. No changes. Field of 7, 6 wagering interest. Race 2 begins the early pick 3. Let's meet the group. 1 star in the making, Heeman Harkey. Stablemate 1A Sneeds with Caber Koa. 5-1 for the Murphs duo. 2 is Holy Cowboy, Emmanuel Di Diego looking to sweep the early double. So too is trainer Jeff Engelhart. He saddles 3 Runabout. The jockey is John Davila Jr. 4 Grit and Glory, Jose Baez. 5 is Ring Good with Rafael Rohina Jr. And the 6, Laubanimo, Jackie Davis, the favorite at Eva Money. Field of 7, 6 wagering interest. Race 2 in a little more than 4 minutes. Second race on our Wednesday card will begin the early pick 3. My top pick is number 3, Runabout. I liked Runabout's recent race on the 26th of September. That was his first race since early August. He comes back with 2 nice maintenance workouts, both at Belmont over their training track. Pretty interesting there that Jeff decided to take this one to Belmont for some workouts. Runabout was a beaten favorite to Lucky Manny. I liked Lucky Manny that day. He was on a class drop. I think Manny's got a little bit of ability, a little bit more than a $5,000 horse. Runabout's had a good career. The 8-year-old is looking for his 13th career score. Look at all the money, just under $325,000. I'm going to make it my top pick here in race 2. 6, Laubanimo. Things have not gone too good for Laubanimo ever since he captured that allowance non-winners of 3 lifetime race back in early November. This is a horse that made nearly $72,000 last year. Boy, I thought he was on his way to being one of our better allowance horses on the grounds. Has not panned out for him here in 2023. Recently plunged all the way to the bottom. Comes out of the same race as my top pick. He was closing nicely that day. 9-5 for him. Runabout now 6-5. Kind of makes sense. I think these are the top 2 here in race 2. 5, Ring Good will be my third selection. Expected a little bit better out of him on the 10th of October. He was in contention before tiring late. Don't know what to make of Ring Good. Probably a minor placing. He has never been a big win machine. 3 for 48. He does have 14 seconds and thirds. I think he fits nicely for the $5,000. Unfortunately for Ring Good, Runabout and Laubanimo have ended up in the same spot. Then the 1A Sneeds will be my 4th pick. Sneed stretching back out to 2 turns. I liked his effort against Kingfish back on the 23rd of August. Perhaps if he could repeat that one, he's offering us a little bit of value, although now down to 7-2 with his entry mate, stablemate, star in the making. 3, 6, 5, 1A in race 2, beginning the early pick 3. 1 minute. Post time in about a minute. It's post time for the second race. Number 3, Runabout, is the big favorite, looking for his 13th career score, 3-4 on the board. 6, Laubanimo, 2-1, and the Murphs duo, Star in the Making, Sneeds, 7-2. Holy Cowboy moving forward. The favorite, Runabout. Grit and Glory. Next will be Star in the Making. Ring Good. Laubanimo. And Sneeds. 4-5 Runabout, 9-5 Laubanimo. A field of 7 with 6 wagering interests. Early pick 3 time. Movement from Holy Cowboy. And there they go. Sneeds broke a little outward. Awkward start for Star in the Making. Holy Cowboy and Grit and Glory begin the best. Holy Cowboy has the lead. Runabout setting up shop from third. Ringgood is fourth. Sneeds with a deep journey. Then Laubanimo and Star in the Making is at the back. Holy Cowboy kept honest by Grit and Glory. Runabout gets a nice tracking trip, a rhythmic stride for him along the inside. Length clear of Ringgood, another 2 lengths to Sneeds and Laubanimo. About 5 lengths to Star in the Making, the last of all. Holy Cowboy, Grit and Glory, they remain 1-2. And Runabout gets a nice tracking trip, now fourth, as Ringgood advances into the third spot, 3 deep. Following them, Sneeds, 4 lengths from the front, outside of Laubanimo. Better than 5 to Star in the Making. 24 4/5 the opening quarter of the half, and 50 2/5. Holy Cowboy and Grit and Glory. Runabout's getting a beautiful trip along the inside, and he's inching closer. Ringgood still with a little bit of a look from the outside. Laubanimo needs to go now. He's 5 lengths from the front. 2.5 to Sneeds, a little even paced. And I'm going to Star in the Making. Still Holy Cowboy and Grit and Glory. Runabout needs to go now. Ringgood has them all covered up. Laubanimo is 5 lengths from the pace. They're in the lane, and here's Grit and Glory coming away with the lead. But for how long? Runabout's been the player throughout. And Runabout is up to the front at the 8th pole, and he is waving bye-bye to the field. It's Runabout who opens up with ease. Star in the Making's making a move for second, held by Grit and Glory. Runabout clearly superior. In second, Star in the Making, then Grit and Glory, and Ringgood checked in fourth. Beautiful trip for Runabout. He looked like the horse throughout the running of race 2. Kicked it into high gear at the 3/16. Runabout, his 13th career victory. 146 42 100ths the final time. 1 Star in the Making made up a lot of ground to claim the second spot. Look at Runabout running his rivals right off the screen, a dominating winner. 1 Star in the Making has been posted second. Third place for Grit and Glory. Photo required for fourth. Please hold all tickets. 5 Ringgood checks in fourth for the Super. Entering the winner's circle is number 3, Runabout, his 13th career victory, getting close to $330,000 in earnings. Quite a career for this 8-year-old, a big gelding by Oxbow. Out of the dam, Make It a Game. Owned by Jeff Engelhardt and Photos Finish LLC. Jeff sweeps the early double. The winning jockey is the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Davila Jr. Kentucky bred by Michelle and Mallory Moorhead, along with others. Race 2 is official, 3-1-4-5. Jeff's early double, $8.20. 3-1 exacta, $14. The trifecta, $23.87. 10-cent super, $14.25. Third race, 3 Pompous Prince, 1 pound over. 4 Colton Goes, 2 pounds over the weight. Race 3 will begin the pick 6. Some changes. Race 5, 1 Dr. Lloyd, Jose Baez. Race 6, number 2 Chasing You. The jockey is Christian Navarro. And in the nightcap, Heeman Harkey is the new jockey, number 1, Because of the Brave. Little more than 22 minutes until the Wednesday pick 6.
11 minutes to post for race number 3. No doubt about that winner. Runabout in a runaway to start off the pick 3. Start the third. It's $1 pick 6 minimum. Remember, yesterday it was hit. Good luck to the lucky winner of over $100,000. So no carryover into today. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available in here. The 6-horse Dock Advantage, obviously knocking at the door, has been pretty good going short or long. Ran into a couple good ones the last two. Leo and Royal, an up-and-comer. And then you got Shanty Shack, always good in these allowance conditions. Dock Advantage didn't break all that sharp in that race. Had to make up some ground and had some late run from further back. He usually doesn't find himself that far back. So the slow break did kind of affect his race. But, a lot more seconds than wins for Dock Advantage. But maybe he can break through in this spot. He does have kind of a numbers edge overall, whether you look at Byers, Equibase Speed figures, or Brisnet figures. It looks like he should have the edge on most of these rivals. A couple horses getting bet on the inside. You got Pompous Prince, a sprinter stretching out, looks to be the speed of the race, stretching out of the sprint, and he could be dangerous on the front end. He doesn't have strong breeding, though, for the route on either side, but if he can get that extra yardage, he may have a chance to steal, especially if Keeper is able to slow things down and control the pace. Streetcar Officer won't be that far behind Pompous Prince. He's currently the favorite on the board at odds of 6-5, coming off his best lifetime buyer against an easier field. Might be a little bit inflated because the field was a little easier, but he did a decent time that day. He's been running well all season long against the special weights or the 2 lifetime. So he makes the next logical step into the 3 lifetime, and he's not out of it. Getting a lot of support right now at 6-5. Wind Giant also in that race with Dock Advantage, finished behind that rival. Didn't run badly at all. Got the better of the trips, but it figures if he could make another step forward, that was only his second start since since June, and that was a good effort by Wind Giant. He's definitely a threat in here. So right now on the board at 5-2, I'm going to go the 6-3-2-5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double pick 3 and the pick 6. So $1 pick 6 starts with this race.
On the track for race 3, here they are. 1 Crypto Causeway, Joel Cruz. 2 is Street Cop Officer Emmanuel Di Diego looking for a riding double. Street Cop Officer's looking for 2 in a row and 3 out of 4. Onto the 3 Pompous Prince, Cabercoa, 1 pound over the weight. 4 is Colton Goes with Stephen Frett, 2 pounds over. 5 is Wind Giant, Heeman Harkey, Jeff Engelhardt looking to sweep the first 3 races on the Wednesday card. And 6 is Doc Advantage with Jeremias Flores. Race 3, 1 mile and 1/16, 3-year-olds and up. Allowance conditions, now winners of 3 races, first leg of our Wednesday pick 6, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. You're looking at my top pick, the 6 Doc Advantage. Seems like I pick Doc Advantage more frequently than not. He is offering us some value right now at 2-1. Street Cop Officer is 9-5 currently, the favorite. Looking at the will pays for the daily double, number 3 Pompous Prince is the lowest at $12. Then it's Doc Advantage, Wind Giant, and Street Cop Officer at $30.60. So even though the 2 is 8-5 currently in the odds, he is the 4th highest will pay in the double. Use that information how you see fit. 6 Doc Advantage. 9th of October was my top selection. He was everybody's top selection. He was even money. Didn't break very good. He was extremely wide, and despite all of that working against him, he ran very, very strongly, missing by a neck to Shanty Shack. Before that, he was a good second to Leo and Royal. Before that, a good 3rd place finish to Starburst and Banyan Breeze. A good second to Walrallo, who has since gone on to win the State Bred and the 2nd State Bred. And I just took a little peek at the overnight on Wednesday. We've got a very nice 3rd State Bred condition race featuring Walrallo, Trelad, Alpha Cairo. Boy, that's going to be a good one. Well, what I'm getting at is Doc Advantage has had some pretty good customers he's been dealing with all season long. Now, there is a little concern that he's just lacking the will to win. He hasn't won in quite some time. He was winless last year, winless so far this year. His seconds are really starting to stack up versus his victories. That has me concerned, but I'm going to go with him one more time. Doc Advantage, my top pick. 3, a Pompous Prince really caught my attention with that big effort on the 3rd of October. I watched that replay again this morning. He had trouble through the turn. Flowing a River, a nice horse, a Paul Barrow trainee, looked good winning. Pompous Prince ran a very good race. He had trouble. He re-rallied. The question mark surrounding him is this added real estate. He has sprint blood on the bottom. Pomeroy was more successful around 1 turn than 2. The dam was unraced. I looked up her dam, who was a Red Bullet mare, had a couple of victories, both sprinting 6 and 6.5 furlongs. So there are some question marks surrounding the distance. Not on the top end of the blood, but definitely with the Pomeroy blood underneath. But, you know, Caberco was very good at rationing a horse's speed, and maybe Pompous Prince can get brave on the front end. I did like his replay. 5, Wind Giant, Jeff Engelhardt looking for a happy hour. It would be the first 3 on the Wednesday card. Wind Giant was right there with Doc Advantage. He had a little trouble himself. This horse looked good winning earlier in the season, graduating in May, and then winning the allowance non-winners of 2 lifetime. The connections thought so much they put him up in the New York Derby. He didn't run that good that afternoon. A couple of races since then, perhaps he's making a forward move here in his 3rd start since the New York Derby. And then you get the 2, Street Cop Officer. He's sharp, no question about it. He's looking for 2 in a row and 3 out of 4. All 4 of his races this season here at Finger Lakes have been eye-catching. Is he good enough to step up and win this allowance non-winners of 3 lifetime in his first try? We shall see. 6-3-5-2 for me here in race 3, beginning the Wednesday pick 6. Post time in about a minute. It's post time for the third race. Dock Advantage is the favorite, 3-2. 5 Wind Giant, 5-2. 3 Pompous Prince, 3-1. Street Cop Officer, the 2. He's 4-1 in the wagering. A field of 6 to commence the Wednesday pick 6. Still can't get over yesterday's pair, $106,000 plus pick 6 winning a ticket here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. 6 figures here at the Thumb. All right, Crypto Causeway's in. Street Cop Officer. There's Pompous Prince. Colton goes. He's the big long shot. Wind Giant, Jeff Engelhart looking for the first 3 on the Wednesday card. And Dock Advantage, boy, it's been a long time since he rock and rolled. Let's see if he can get this elusive third career score. Ready for the pick 6. And there they go, and it's another slow start for Dock Advantage. He's towards the tail of the field. Pompous Prince begins quickly, and he's going pretty good. Also up close is Wind Giant with Street Cop Officer. Then go to Crypto Causeway. Colton goes, and Dock Advantage, another slow start for him. He's the last of all. Looks like a little bit of pace on up front with Pompous Prince and Wind Giant. Here comes Crypto Causeway from the rail. Street Cop Officer in a tight spot from between runners. Colton goes to his outside, and Dock Advantage will bide his time at the tail. He's relatively close after that start. He's about 3.5 or 4 from the front. Board says 25-2. Thought they was a little more eager than that. It's Pompous Prince with the lead. From his outside is Wind Giant. Colton goes in the clear, 3 wide from the rail. Races Crypto Causeway. Street Cop Officer from between runners. Now Dock Advantage to the far outside. About 3 lengths covers the group. Pompous Prince and Wind Giant. Crypto Causeway third with Colton goes, then Street Cop Officer. And Dock Advantage with another trouble trip. He broke slowly, and he's wide at the 3/8. Not a lot of things happening for Dock Advantage. 50 4/5 an even flow for Pompous Prince and Wind Giant. And here comes Dock Advantage with his run. Dock Advantage showing a little bit of promise, getting within 1.5 lengths at the quarter pole. And with a Street Cop Officer, Crypto Causeway. Colton goes at the back. Wind Giant got a nice trip. He was up close to the flow. He tackles Pompous Prince. Here's Dock Advantage to the outside, trying to overcome everything. The slow start in the wide journey. Dock Advantage to the outside. Up he goes. And how good is Dock Advantage this afternoon? Dock Advantage in front. From Wind Giant, Street Cop Officer, and Pompous Prince checked in fourth. That's a big run from Dock Advantage. He had it all working against him. The slow start, the wide journey, the slow pace. It didn't matter. Dock Advantage first. 148 26 100ths. 5 Wind Giant got the run of the race. He's second. Photo for the show dough. Hold all tickets. Third place 2, Street Cop Officer. Fourth place 3, Pompous Prince. Doc Advantage. It's been a long time since he rock and rolled. The elusive third career score is his this afternoon. A 5-year-old Abe Gelding by Girolamo out of the damn AB Advantage. Owned and trained and bred in New York by Mr. Paul Barrow, winning jockey Jeremias Flores. Race 3 is official. 6523, the double 36, $14.60. A 6.5 exacta, $14.80. 6.52 trifecta, $13.25. 10-cent super, 6.523, $6.17. Race 4 will start the pick 5. No changes in the fourth. 23 minutes away at 2:47. Got those jockey changes. Once again, 5th race 1, Dr. Lloyd. That's Jose Baez. Race 6, the 2, Chasing You. New jockey, Christian Navarro. And then we go to the nightcap. New jockey on the 1, Because of the Brave, Heman Harkey.
11 minutes to post for race number 4, and been some short price favorites so far today. Doc Advantage able to handle that field. Expected to. The only question mark would be Pompous Prince, whether that horse could control the pace and get the distance. Obviously, he couldn't get the distance. Doc Advantage able to take advantage and go by and get the win. Jeremiah's floor is for owner-trainer Paul Barrow. It starts off the pick 6. So we go to the 4th, 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5.5. This for fillies and mares. And some early money for the 5 minor voice. This one takes a steep drop in class after running against special weights. Not a lot of activity lately. Had been off since July, only one start since July, and that was in September, and finished off the board in that special weight race. So there are some question marks with My Inner Voice, but one thing you can't ignore is the big drop in class to 5,000. So if she runs anywhere close to the races that she had in July, she would be able to beat these. Sly Sloan is probably the main contender. Sly Sloan ran just off the board last time. Kind of similar form as far as the way her races are between. One was in July, the next in September. Same kind of thing with My Inner Voice, and now comes off another layoff since September. So, but she's been running at 5, finishing just off the board the last couple. Well, she got her number moved up, but Sly Sloan, a top 3 threat again today. Maybe the main threat to the big favorite, and she's getting some play at 4-1. The other horse is 4-1. Is Rose in the Sky. She got mixed up in the pace duel with Journey of 5 last time. See if that occurs again. The tricky read would be the 2, but evidently who has shown nothing in 4 starts. I mean, she's getting beat by more than 20 lengths in her last 3 starts. Her debut, she got beat by 13, but she turns back in distance to 5.5. And the big thing is, yeah, the drop in class. I mean, this is significant all the way to the bottom after running against what she's run against. I mean, she's just outclassed in those races. So we'll expect her to be a little closer today. Got very good breeding. She's out of an unraced dam, but that dam's a half to Diversify, who was a multiple graded stakes winner. Of course, more bred for the route than the sprint is Benevolently, but at 5,000 may not matter. This one could wake up in a big way. She's at odds of 10-1. And some of the players here for race number 4, we start to pick 5 with this race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available here.
7, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, maiden claimers, 5,000 the level, 5.5 furlongs the distance. No changes. First leg of our Wednesday pick 5, post time in about 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Journey of 5, Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 2 is Benevolently, Kevin Navarro. 3 is Sarah's Pride at John Berrios. 4 is Rose in the Sky with Carlos Barbosa. Big favorites, the 5, My Inner Voice, John Davila Jr. 2 to 5 in the wagering. John's looking for a riding double. 6 is Sly Sloan, Emmanuel Di Diego, also looking for 2 victories on today's program. And the 7 is My Little One with Stephen Frett. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Five is the logical contender, the most likely winner here in the 4th race. Her name is My Inner Voice. She has been competitive against maiden special weights in her races in July. 3 and 2 races ago, a second to Maddie's Surprise, a 3rd place finish to A Star's Delight. She drops in for $5,000. Hard to fault those that are going to pick My Inner Voice. She looks like a standout on paper, but we got to run the race. Can we go fishing and try to find an upsetter? What about the 2, Benevolently? Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley and Kevin Navarro. There's enough said right there. I'll take my chances with those connections. She showed pace recently in the middle of October against much, much better. She was forwardly positioned in her debut run in a 5-furlong turf race. You know, if you're quick enough to be only a length out against state-bred special weights as a 2-year-old in early July at Belmont in a 5-furlong turf race, maybe she's dangerous in this spot. I'll give her a little bit of a look at 12 to 1. 6, Sly Sloan hasn't really done much running throughout her career. I guess this is her best opportunity to wake up. There are no world beaters. She's the 3rd selection. And then you get 4, Rose in the Sky, who was forwardly positioned in a similar spot. Hasn't done much sticking around, though. She seems to be forwardly positioned and backpedals thereafter. Maybe she wants added real estate. Look at her blood. Street sense out of a mineshaft mare, and the way she gradually fades in her sprints, that running line suggests perhaps longer real estate. 5, 2, 6, 4 for me here in the 4th. 1 minute, post time in about a minute. It's post time for the fourth race. Favorite is number 5, My Inner Voice, at 4-5. 6, Slice Loan, 2-1. Journey of 5, the first of 7 3 and 4-year-old fillies into the gate. There's Benevolently. Sarah's Pride will be next. Rose in the Sky. My Inner Voice. The favorite at 4-5, Slice Loan. Still the second choice at 2-1. And My Little One. Ready for the pick 5? And there they go. Good start for Rose in the Sky, and the favorite, My Inner Voice. Journey of 5 is showing good speed. A Slice Loan's in a good spot right behind the 3 leaders. I'm going to My Little One, Benevolently, nowhere near the lead this afternoon, and towards the tail is Sarah's Pride. Long shot Journey of 5, My Inner Voice, the big favorite, stalking smartly from the outside. Rose in the Sky is third. There's Slice Loan on the move into the third spot, and there's My Inner Voice gaining the upper hand at the 3/8. So My Inner Voice and Slice Loan come away 1-2 past the 3/8. Rose in the Sky is third. Journey of 5 has the fourth spot. Benevolently tries to run on from the 5th position. 7 off the lead, then My Little One. And Sarah's Pride is at the back. My Inner Voice is the leader turning into the lane. She's the one to beat. Slice Loan is second. Rose in the Sky third from the inside. And Benevolently continues to run on from the 4th spot. My Inner Voice past the 8th pole with the lead, tending to her business, opening up. Rose in the Sky is second. Benevolently's making a move into third along the inside. 3-5. My Inner Voice all aboard the big favorite. Rose in the Sky was second, Benevolently checked in third, and 4th place goes to My Little One to complete the superfecta at 18-1. One minute 7 and 96 100ths. 5, My Inner Voice, too good as the big favorite. She had run some pretty good races against maiden special weight competition. This drop in class will get her to the winner's circle. Good effort from the 4, Rose in the Sky. Number 2, Benevolently, ran on decently enough for third. 4th place, 7, My Little One. 5-4-2-7 on the board. Please hold all tickets. 5, My Inner Voice is in the winner's circle. A 3-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Motown out of the Damn Miss Bodine, owned by Double B Racing Stables, winning trainer Chris Engelhart. A riding double for the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Davila Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Andy Beednell. All right, the 4th is official, 5427. 6-5 double $9.70, 5-4 exacta $10.40, 5-4-2 trifecta $16.50, 5-4-2-7 10-cent super $12.87. Pretty chalky this afternoon. 3-6-5 early pick 3 $5 and a quarter, and the early pick 4 4-5 with 3 with 6 with 5 $8.45. Early pick 4 couldn't even pay $8.50. Come on, man. All right, let's go to the 5th race. Maybe we can get a better payoff for the late pick 4. One Dr. Lloyd make the jockey Jose Baez. Post time in about 22 minutes at 3:18. Fans Breeders' Cup's coming up pretty soon. Not this weekend, next weekend. You want to be part of our Finger Lakes bonusbets.com, especially in time for Breeders' Cup, because we're going to bump up our percentage of rewards for the Santa Anita action. Normally, Santa Anita rebates are 2%. We're going to bump it up to 5% for the Breeders' Cup weekend. November 3rd and 4th, both days, the entire cards. A Breeders' Cup special for our Finger Lakes bonusbets.com members. Must wager that $1,500 a month to be eligible for all of those rewards. If you're not a member, sign up today. You know, when you wager on Finger Lakes races, we will give you 6% rewards, different percentages from different racetracks around the country. New customers deposit and wager $100, you get $50 as a sign-up bonus. If you're not a member, you need to sign up today. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay.
in the paddock for race number 5. No doubt about that winner, as Minor Voice does not disappoint. We've had favorites every race here for the first 4 races, but we come to a race that's a little more competitive, as this one you can make a case for a bunch of them. We probably won't get a short price favorite here. The 5th race, a 5,000 claimer, going 5.5. Non-winners of 2 races since a date, or never won 4 races. Obviously, the 2 since a date is a big advantage when they have these races, but they're all in for that particular condition. Don't believe we have any of the 4 lifetimes in this race. So basically, it is a 2 since the date, and that's the date July 25th, 2023, 6 months. So looking at the board right now, yeah, some early money for the 3 Massey Hall. Kind of hoping for a price on this one because he did have a trouble trip last time. No, he doesn't win a heck of a lot, but none of these horses generally do. He did have 2 wins early in the year. He generally prefers an off track, so I would not take a 9 to 5 on him, but he is one of the main contenders in this race off of a trouble trip last time, going a little further, 6 furlongs. He's just as good going 5.5, but he does have that stalking type of trips. I mean, and he's one of those horses that will be there at the wire. You just got to get the right kind of trip to get his nose up to get the win. So would be a horse that I expect to be around, but not necessarily definitely to win. But if he is a little bit of a price, he's certainly worth putting on top. That's who I did put on top, but obviously don't love the horse in a race that is pretty wide open. The 4-horse Miami Chrome is another one like that. He, especially this year, he's often around. He won back in June, but hasn't won since, but he's always right there, including last time against these horses where he ran 3rd. Now, he didn't have an excuse in that race. He did something a little bit different, and that was get the front, but that was mainly because nobody else wanted it. They went 23 for the first quarter, and he basically inherited the lead. Maybe he didn't want to be on the front because he couldn't sustain it. Actually, his stablemate, Nutsy, was the one who ended up winning that race. So no excuse last time except for maybe he didn't want to be up there. So maybe more of a stalking trip today for Miami Chrome. Another one that's hard not to use in the top 3, and he's another one that's a threat. He's currently at odds of 9 to 2 for Ilmar Loaiza. The 7 all-time classic finished ahead of Miami Chrome in that race. Ran a good second, going the same distance of 5.5 furlongs. So like the other 2 that were my top 2, he's one that's always around. And he finished 3rd to Double Shot and Nutsy. Nutsy came back to win to beat him. Again, he ran 2nd that day from a 4-post. He is outside today, but he could work out a trip sitting just off of Margarita Sunrise, who figures to be the early speed. That one coming back from Presque Isle. Then there's the 5 Magnificent Chrome. This one won an easier 2-in-year condition back in August. Had one other race in September, but ran into CJ's Grand Slam in a much tougher spot, the 11-9, and that's when CJ's Grand Slam was going really well for Jimmy Wright. So you could probably draw a line through the last race for Magnificent Chrome. Again, this is a little bit tougher, but he's been consistent since dropping down to 5,000. Up until that last race, he had not missed the board, and in all the $5,000 races that he ran here at Finger Lakes. So the only time he missed the board at Finger Lakes was at a higher level, 11-9. So he's back to 5,000, although a tougher 5,000. This could be a more competitive spot for Magnificent Chrome. So the 5th race starts the late pick 4. Very competitive race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available here.
Race 5, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races in the past, well, since July 25th, or now winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. Jose Baez, new jockey number 1, Dr. Lloyd. First leg of our late pick 4. There's the field. 1, Dr. Lloyd. Jose Baez picking up the mount. 2 is Smokin' Alone, Rafael Rojina Jr. 3 is Massey Hall with Stephen Frett. Current favorite at 2-1. Onto the 4, Miami Chrome, Joel Cruz. 5 is Magnificent Chrome, Christian Navarro. 6 is Margarita Sunrise, Nazario Alvarado. 7, all-time classic, Heeman Harkey. That's the group for the 5th. A little more than 4 minutes until the start of our late pick 4. Late pick 4 time on the Wednesday card. 3, Massey Hall's my top pick. Was hoping to get a little bit of a price. Not the case. He's 2-1 on the board. Hopefully he'll drift up just a little bit. Had a trouble trip on the 9th of October against Drossel Diem and Maddie's Express. He was in tight near the 8th pole. Might have cost him a placing or so. I'm not sure if he was going to win the race, but definitely impeded his progress. Good effort before that on the 26th of September. A good 4th to Noble Journey. He's got some good company lines. Look at him. Sam A, Almendro, Tommy the Torch, CJ's Grand Slam, Nutsy, Noble Journey, Trap the Dream. He's back in for 5,000. This will be the second consecutive start at 5,000. I think he's a player. Thought we'd get a little bit of a price. Maybe he drifts up. He's 5-2. I could see him going off 3-1, 7-2. This horse usually gives a good account of himself, and I've had good success with him in the past. Going to go with 3, Massey Hall as my top pick. 4, Miami Chrome, I think makes a lot of sense in this spot. I think he's a pretty good $5,000 horse. That race 4 races ago was the one that really has caught my attention all season long. That was a good finish to Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart's been a beast in the sprints at starter allowance condition this season. For him to run that good, I know he was 20-1, but he ran big that day. Made up a lot of ground in the final quarter of a mile. You see Fiery Heart, Horse Be With You. He's got good company lines himself. Expected a little better effort from him from the 11th of October. Not sure why he was rushed up to the lead. I like this horse when he gets to settle and come with a big run. I think he's logical. Miami Chrome at 7-2. 7, all-time classic. He ran a very good race, finishing in front of my second pick. That's the 4, Miami Chrome. 7, all-time classic, contesting the pace. He's run good. His last 4 races, hard to fault anything he's been doing of late. I could see him running a big one. He's logical. He's a contender at 3-1. And then the 5, Magnificent Chrome, was back in for $5,000. A little bit overmatched last time against CJ's Grand Slam and Nutsy. He's in against friends, but this race came up pretty salty for the level. You have to admit it. Massey Hall's a nice one. Miami Chrome, all-time classic. Little salty $5,000 spot here to start our late pick 4. 3, Massey Hall, my top pick. See if we can get a little bit of a price here with the 3, Massey Hall. 1 minute until post time. It's post time for the 5th race. 7 all-time classic. He's the big favorite, 6-5. 4 Miami Chrome, 3-1. The 3 Massey Hall, 4-1 in the wagering. Field of 7 facing up to the gate. Race 5 starting our late pick 4. Not much of a payoff in the early pick 4. $8 and some change. See if we can do better here with the late pick 4. Inside 2 are in. Here's Massey Hall. He's looking for his 9th career victory. Miami Chrome will be up next. Here's the other Chrome, Magnificent Chrome. Margarita Sunrise, and the big favorite, all-time classic, 3-2. That's Schatzel and Tim Murphy with all-time classic. Ready for the late pick 4. And there they go. Quick start for Smokin' Alone and Margarita Sunrise. All-time classic is showing pace from the far outside. Miami Chrome with Magnificent Chrome. Massey Hall with the Blue Silks. Dr. Lloyd's the gray against the rail. Margarita Sunrise, the salty veterans, quicker than Smokin' Alone, an all-time classic. I'm going to Dr. Lloyd, Miami Chrome, Magnificent Chrome, and Massey Hall in the 2-path. Margarita Sunrise, 22 4/5. All-time classic is second. Now here comes Massey Hall with his run from between runners. Magnificent Chrome a little wide. Miami Chrome has about 4 lengths to make up. His all-time classic has come away with the lead. Smokin' Alone from the rail and Dr. Lloyd. All-time classic, the one to come and catch. Now here comes Massey Hall and Miami Chrome. They're picking up their strides. Margarita Sunrise still clinging to second. All-time classic has scampered well clear inside the 8th pole. All-time classic running away from his rivals. Margarita Sunrise second, then Dr. Lloyd and Miami Chrome checked in 4th. All-time classic, Schatzel and Murph, Heeman Harkey. The favorite at 8-5, running away from everybody inside the final quarter of a mile. 6 Margarita Sunrise checks in second. Photo for the balance, please hold all tickets. One Dr. Lloyd checks in third, 4th place for Miami Chrome. All-time classic is in the winner's circle. A 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Classic Empire out of the dam Embers Melody, owned by Ed Schatzel, winning trainer. The Murph, Tim Murphy, winning jockey. The He-Man, He-Manarchy. Winner was bred in Ontario, Canada by Josham Farms Limited. And race 5 is official. 5-7 double $9.70. 7-6 exacta $63.50. 7-6-1 trifecta $214.50. 10-cent super 7-6-1-4 $181.65. And the Chalk Fest continues. The pick 3 6-5-7 $6.30. Some more chalk coming to you in race 6 with 7 Dancing with Rico. Should be a short price favorite. A jockey change on the 2, chasing you to Christian Navarro. Christian Navarro, new jockey 2, chasing you in race 6, starting our late pick 3, 23 minutes away.
Coming up on race number 6, and 5th race won by All Time Classic. Man, the Murph, that stable's been on fire lately. He-Man Harkey guided that one to victory. That'll start off the late pick 4. 6th race, we start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. Yeah, this is a 5,000 maiden claimer. Another competitive group here. You can figure a couple of them kind of stand out, though. You got Dancing with Rico, just missed last time. Had 2 starts here, Finger Lakes, and got closer last time. Now, it's been more of the type of competition the horse has been up against. He was running against special weights when he was here last year. This year, he comes back and he's running against the 5s, and that was off a layoff. So, 3rd start of the year, you would think this is going to be his best effort. He's the horse to beat. He's at odds of 9-5. The problem with this race is there's a true lack of pace in race number 6. I wouldn't expect a very quick pace early, and the big question is who actually will be on the front end in this race. I mean, there's nobody that shows any kind of early speed, so you're looking at possibly a 47 and change half for the 6 furlongs, but Dancing with Rico might be one of those horses that's up close in this race. Another one that could be up close would be the 5 Laws, and he seems to be one of the logical horses. You can make a case for the Wipers on the Bus as well, as that one had dropped last time. But Laws, this one drops today after running against special weights and the 11 and 9s. It's not like he's getting that badly beaten against better horses. He didn't break all that sharp last time, and it wasn't like the pace backed up. And that was a well-graded race for the 11 and 9 maiden claimer, where you got Banco Medici, who came back to win, as well as Bay Bank. And Bay Bank, I believe, has won a couple in a row since that race. Problem is it was back in August, so this horse hasn't run since then. And now he runs a couple months later here in October. But logical horse, because of company kept, is Laws. They got the 3, the Wipers on the Bus seems to be the other win threat in here, as these are the 3 that are taking most of the money, and deservedly so, as these are the 3 that kind of stand out. The Wipers on the Bus, that was only his first start for 5,000 and only his 2nd start overall. He finished behind Dancing with Rico in that race, so he may have to improve a little bit, but he does have some room to improve, making his 3rd career start. Now, Jackie Davis did opt to ride Laws over the Wipers on the Bus, so maybe that's not a big positive for Wipers on the Bus, but he certainly plays, as he was only a couple lengths behind Dancing with Rico in that last race. It wasn't like he was losing that much ground in the stretch. He ran pretty decently. So those are the main 3 here in the 6. We start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available here.
On the track for race 6, sprinting 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers, 5,000 the level. Christian Navarro, new jockey number 2, chasing you. Race 6 starts our late pick 3, 4 minutes until post time. Here's the field number 1, Gossiping Pando, Keberkoa. 2 is Chasing You, picking up the mount, Christian Navarro. Number 3, the Wipers on the Bus, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 2. 4 is Regal Empire with Stephen Fratt. Next will be number 5, Laz, Jackie Davis, second choice 3-1. 6 is Dancing with Jake, Rafael Rohina Jr. 1 of 2 for Mike Progno, 1 and 6 for Mike. 7 is Dancing with Rico, John Davila Jr. looking for 3, Chris Engelhardt looking for 2. And the He-Man, Heman Harkey looking for back-to-back winners. He's aboard the 8, Watermelon Crush. 8 at the gate in a little more than 3 minutes. Dancing with Rico, he's the horse to beat. Good effort in his defeat on the 11th of October. That was his first start since the middle of August. Did everything but win the other day. Going to be tough to handle in this spot. 6-5, good enough price for me. Dancing with Rico, my top pick. Boy, Jackie Davis looked like she had her choice between several of the horses here. Jackie rode Chasing You on the 27th of September and rode the Wipers on the Bus in both of his career starts, but has opted for Laws, who has not been seen in a couple of months. Drops in for 5 for the Cowboy Bill Bartlett. The work pattern's a little suspect. Last time the horse race was 23rd of August. Has a workout on the 13th of September and doesn't come back again for 3 weeks. And now hasn't worked out again in about 3 weeks also. A little bit of conflicting info with the work tab concerning Laws, but the fact that Jackie and Wamon have opted for Laws, put them in the second slot. 2 Chasing You had a little bit of a run on the 27th of September. I like the energy through the turn to the 8th pole. Didn't like the energy from the 8th pole to the wire. But this will be the 3rd start since March, and maybe he can continue to improve. And then the Wipers on the Bus, who made a lot of improvement from start 1 to start 2. Maybe he'll make another forward move. 7-5-2-3 here in the 6th, starting our late pick 3. About a minute until the 6th. It's post time for the 6th. The horses are just arriving at the gate. 7 Dancing with Rico, 8-5. The 5 Laws right there at 9-5. Field of 8 at the gate. Gossiping Pando. Chasing You. The Wipers on the Bus. Regal Empire. Laws 8-5 with Dancing with Rico. Laws is the favorite. There's the other Michael Progno trainee, Dancing with Jake, stablemate to the 1. There's Dancing with Rico, now 8-5. He's the favorite. Laws up to 2-1. Chasing You, third selection, 4-1. Then it's the Wipers on the Bus. All right, here comes Rico and Watermelon Crush to the outside. And there they go. Dancing with Rico and the Wipers on the Bus are quickly away. Gossiping Pando is also showing good zip from the rail. Watermelon Crush comes away in the 4th spot, then Chasing You. Laws, Dancing with Jake, and Regal Empire is the early trailer. Gossiping Pando up to the front from the Wipers on the Bus. Dancing with Rico sits a trip from 3rd, little more than 3 off the leaders. A break of about 3 lengths to Chasing You and Watermelon Crush. Another 2.5 to Laws, who races with Dancing with Jake, and Regal Empire is still the last of all. 23 seconds for Gossiping Pando and the Wipers on the Bus. And here comes Dancing with Rico, and he looks like the player at the 5/16, getting within a length. Here's Dancing with Rico pouncing on the top 2, and Rico comes away with the lead. Dancing with Rico, the one to beat at the 3/16. Gossiping Pando still fighting from 2nd. The Wipers on the Bus is 3rd. Dancing with Jake, Watermelon Crusher trying to close in. Laws is in the 2 path. Dancing with Rico has the lead. Dancing with Jake has a nice stride, working to the outside. Dancing with Rico and Dancing with Jake. Here comes Dancing with Jake to the outside. Did he get up? Dancing with Jake and Dancing with Rico. Photo will determine the winner. Dancing with Jake and Dancing with Rico, 1:14 and 52 100ths. The final time from the 6th. 6, Dancing with Jake first. 7, Dancing with Rico second. Third place, 5 Laws. Fourth place, 8, Watermelon Crush. Race 6 is official. $43.40 winner, Dancing with Jake. Dancing with Jake, 4-year-old bay gelding by Encaustic out of the damn copious notes. Owned by Michael Progno and Tracy Page. Michael Progno, the winning trader, winning jockey, Rafael Rohina Jr. Winner was bred in New York by owner-trainer Michael Progno. $7-6 double, $82. 6-7 exacta, $109. 6-7-5 trifecta, $76. The 10-cent super, 6-7 of 5-8, $61.65. Seventh race will begin the late daily double. No changes. Our seventh race, 22 minutes away at 4:20.
I got 12 minutes to post for race number 7. Big upset. Dancing with Jake on the big cutback in distance was able to rally to catch Dancing with Rico. Got a little tired moving early right before the wire, and Rafael Rohina Jr. able to nip him at the wire for trainer Michael Progno. Big upset in the 6. You know the horse was going to be good enough dropping from the special weight to the 5. It was a question of the distance with a lack of pace in that race. Didn't matter. He still closed on that 47 and got the victory. Big effort from Dancing with Jake. 7th race, 11-9 claimer. Horses that have won 2 races since the date or never won 4 races. And looking at the board now, you figure the 3 Alejandro is going to get some play. You got to figure Father Walsh on the drop will probably get some play as well. Alejandro was in a 4-horse race last time, and really was the tactics that beat this horse and the pace more than anything. His number 1 Dylan was the one that was on the front end instead of Alejandro, and was able to slow it down. So this horse just kind of played follow the leader, and they went 23-47, and that one didn't come home, or didn't come back. Actually came home pretty quick, but Alejandro, give him another chance today. Maybe he needs a little bigger field, and can definitely be in the mix against these horses. Sometimes you get a more honest pace. Of course, probably should have went to the front that race, but he can have more of a stocky trip in here, as there does seem to be some other speed. Alejandro, a logical horse at this level at odds of 9-5. The 7, Father Walsh, takes a drop in class. He's been off since August. His last race was against Alpha Cairo. That's a pretty tough one in the 2 state-bred conditions. So get some significant class relief moving down to the 11-9. He had won his previous start, and of course that was an easier field where he was able to shake loose on the front end. Looks like there's some other speed in here, so he won't be able to do that, but on class he may be able to win anyway. He's a strong player right now. A little bit of action at odds of 7-2. You got the entry also at 7-2, mainly because of double shot. He's up in class after finishing off the board as a beaten favorite for 5,000. Didn't have a great trip though. Kind of slow at the start, and tried to make a move late. Drossel Diem able to stay with a pace and move away from him. Maddie's Express was also in that race and ran second. So you do have 2 for the price of 1 here with Double Shot and Maddie's Express. Both of them, though, coming up in class to face these 11-9s. The 4 is Nobody Rides for Free, coming off a win against Easier. He did look good in victory, and you can't take it away from him, even though the time wasn't that fast for the day. He was running against allowance horses, including Allure of Money in the race before, and how good is that one lately, as Allure of Money has been sharp. And he cut back in distance for that race. It was good enough to beat, it was a much easier 2 lifetime field, but he can move forward from that race, staying at the 11-9 level, and can stalk the pace, and if there's a pace up front, which looks like there can be, he could probably get a piece of this one as well. One of the things with Nobody Rides for Free, he was cutting back at distance last time, but keep in mind, he's a perfect 3 for 3 at the distance. Pretty interesting stat for this one. Well, those are a few of the main players here for race number 7. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double is offered in here, and we got about 8 minutes to post.
On the track for the 7th race, sprinting at 6 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races since April 23rd, or non-winners of 4 races. Claimers 11-9. First leg of the late double. Let's meet him. Number 1 double shot, Christian Navarro. Stablemate 1A, Maddie's Express, Kevin Navarro, 7-2 for the David Oyola duo. All right, the 2 is Anything Possible, Nazario Alvarado. 3 Almendro, Jackie Davis, the favorite at 2-1. 4 Nobody Rides for Free, John Davila Jr. looking for 3, Chris Engelhardt looking for 2. 5 is Production Credit, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for another winner. 6 Drossel Diem, Rafael Rohina Jr. looking for back-to-back scores. So too is Drossel Diem. 7 Father Walsh, Jeremias Flores, and Paul Barrow. They got there earlier with Doc Advantage. And the 8 is Nutsy and Luis Perez. 7th race begins a late double, little more than 3 minutes until post time. Good 7th race, field of 9 with 8 wagering interest. Pretty competitive race. I'm going to try to go with a little bit of a pick here. The 4 Nobody Rides for Free. I like this horse. I like him sprinting. I remember when he sprinted last year, defeating Jackson Bay and Navy King when graduating. I thought that was a good victory. I've endorsed him a couple of times this season when he was successful on the 24th of May, most recently on the 4th of October. No surprise recently he was 4-5. Looks like there's some pace. Almendro wants to go. Production Credit. Drossel Diem could be mixing it up. Father Walsh. Why can't Nobody Rides for Free come with a huge run and get to the winner's circle in an upset at 5-1? 3 Almendro makes a lot of sense. We're going to have to see if Almendro can win without going a gate to wire. I looked up all of his career victories, and with the exception of his second career score, which he was second by a head through the opening quarter, he's been on the lead in all of his victories. I don't necessarily know if he needs the lead, but boy, the past performances suggest so. Production Credit can go quick. He just went 22-1 in a 5.5 furlong race. Drossel Diem's gone quick in the past. I'm not sure if they are as quick as Almendro. Both of those horses show a good speed going 5.5 furlongs. Almendro shows a 22-1 opening quarter in the 6 furlong race, 2 back. But if the 5 or the 6 or even Father Walsh, who's capable of going quick, if anybody tries to head Almendro, he's going to have to prove it to us. Short price at 9-5. Going to lean towards this 4. Nobody Rides for Free. 7 Father Walsh makes a lot of sense. I think he's a good fit at this level. Last 2 races, he's been a run and gun type. Before that, he was sitting trips. I think with his outside post and all that speed to his inside, he would be beneficial to revert back to those tactics where he sits a little bit of a trip and comes with a run. I like his chances at 3-1. And then after that, I looked at the 5 Production Credit. Dropping back into claiming ranks. Last 2 races against a tough group in that state bred. That was a salty state bred that day with Rollo and Trelad. Talked about him earlier on the card, how we get to see him next week in the 3rd state bred. Recently, a pretty good 3rd to Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart's a monster. Why not Production Credit for a little bit of the piece? 4, 3, 7, 5 in race 7, beginning our late daily double. A little more than a minute until the 7th. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 7th race. Field of 9 with 8 wagering interest. Number 3, Almendro, 8-5. 7, Father Walsh, 5-2. Anything Possible looking for his 16th career score. The favorite, Almendro, 9-5. Father Walsh right there at 2-1. Nobody Rides for Free. Production Credit. Double Shot. Drossel Diem after him. Still working on Double Shot. All right, Double Shot is in. Here comes Drossel Diem. 3 to load, Maddie's Express, Father Walsh, and the Salvatos and Nutzy. Almendro and Father Walsh are both 2-1. Ready for the race. And there they go. Slow start. Nobody Rides for Free. He is a late runner. Almendro, Production Credit, Drossel Diem, Father Walsh. 4 of them running gun for the lead. And they open up nearly 6 lengths to Nutzy and Maddie's Express. About 2 lengths to Double Shot outside of Anything Possible. Another 3 to Nobody Rides for Free, but they are rocking and rolling up front. Almendro, Production Credit. Also there, Drossel Diem, Father Walsh on top of the action. 4 wide heading into the turn. Break of about 7 lengths to the stablemates, Maddie's Express and Double Shot. Another 3 to Nutzy. Another 3 to Nobody Rides for Free and Anything Possible. And there's Father Walsh with the Deep Journey. Production Credits fighting on. Almendro from the rail. Also there, Drossel Diem. And here come the closers. Double Shot up the inside, Maddie's Express. Nutzy and Nobody Rides for Free. And there's Double Shot with a split along the rail. Double Shot comes away with the lead. Double Shot gets the lead. Nutzy and Nobody Rides for Free to the far outside, but Double Shot got the trip. It's Double Shot in front. Nutzy second, then Maddie's Express. Nobody Rides for Free and Anything Possible. Race was kind of begging for a closer. A lot of speed up front. Double Shot got a dream trip along the inside. 112 and 35 100ths. Rapid rewards for David Iola. Double Shot, the unofficial winner. 1A Maddie's Express third, fourth place four, nobody rides for free. Fifth place two, anything possible for the Superfecta. Double shot, his seventh career score. 6-year-old Abe Gelding by Bourbon Courage out of the Damn Elegant Finish. Rapid rewards for owner-trainer David Iola. Winning jockey Christian Navarro. Winner was bred in New York by Spruce Lane Farm and others. And race 7 is official. 1-8, 1A, 4, 2 top 5 finishers. That a double, 6-1, a big double, $449. 1-8 exacta, $53.50. 1-8 4 trifecta, $56.75. And that 10-cent super, 1-842, 1-842, the superfecta, $88.65. Race 8, Heeman Harkey on the 1 because of the Braves. 7 Frankie C, 4 pounds over. The Wednesday night cap in 22 minutes at 4:52.
All right, we get ready to conclude this Wednesday card and the race week with race number 8. Just a reminder, we still continue Monday through Wednesday, getting close to Breeders' Cup time. We're getting into November. The next week's the last week of October. So you still got 12 racing days left. Looking back at the 7th, yeah, double shot with his running style. Christian Navarro did a good job of rating that horse as the pace really set up for double shot. They were 4 across, pressing that pace the whole way for 6 furlongs. You knew something had to give, and double shot got a nice trip under Christian Navarro for David Oyola. Congratulations to him. He actually finished 1st and 3rd in that race with the entry. Maddie's Express finishing 3rd. Okay, look at the last of 5,000 maiden claimer going a mile 7. You're going to get a short price favorite. That's the 5 Northway. A couple from this barn last week that were heavy favorites that got defeated, but I think there was one other one that won pretty easy. So tricky read, but this one does look like she has a big class edge on these rivals. She was a beaten favorite last time, going 6 furlongs against the 11 to 9s. She was wide in that race. Now she'll get another chance dropping to the bottom. This should be a lot easier. She's clearly the horse to beat, but you're going to have to accept a short price. She'll have to Tis Time to Shine, who won the 2014 Aspirant Stakes. Of course, that was a sprint. So the only downside is the stretch out here. She is bred to go long, so you wouldn't think that the route would be an issue for Northway, but she's at odds of 4 to 5. Probably going to be a short price in here. Don's Last Call came rolling late in a 5,000 maiden last time. Of course, the race was relatively slow. They went 1:15 and change for that race. It was actually Flutie Flakes, the horse that was 3rd, was a heavy favorite. Kind of picked up her stride late and kind of stopped, and Scouting Party went on with it. Don's Last Call made a big late move, but no threat to the winner in that slow time. But she'll stretch out, and it seems like she would want to go long. Her route race earlier this year in August was good. She had some bad racing luck in a couple of the other races where another horse had broken the reins and went into this horse, costing her any chance in that one. So definitely a contender is Don's Last Call. She's currently on the board at 3 to 1. Really the only other one getting bet in race number 8. The Inside Speed could be the one because of the Brave. Because of the Brave comes back to Finger Lakes after running at Presque Isle, where she did run a big race at Presque Isle in July, finishing 2nd. Just missed breaking her maiden that day. She was unable to make the lead and chased in her most recent start in August, but she's off of layoffs, got some good works for the return. She's only had one dirt route in her 17 race career. She did finish 3rd in that race, so she would not be impossible in here, and she's getting some play at odds of 8 to 1. I guess not a lot of play. The 8 Barbara Spears made big moves the last 2 races and then flattened out, so she would hope that the pace comes up and she could time that move and close to get the win here. She did run a non-threatening 3rd in an easier 5,000 maiden last time she went long. So this is the only 2nd time that she's gone long. She does have a tough post being on the outside. But those are some of the contenders for the last race on today's card. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta offered in race number 8.
On the track for the nightcap, 8, 3, and 4-year-old fillies made in claimers, 5,000 the level, 1 mile and 70 yards. Here they are, number 1, Because of the Brave, picking up the Mount Heman Harkey. 2 is Polly's Angel, Christian Navarro looking to sweep the late daily double. 3 is Giant Bottle, Jose Ventura. 4, Indian Penny, Jose Baez, stablemate to 1, Because of the Brave, Dylan Clark, conditioning 1 and 4. 5 is Northway, the big favorite, 4 to 5, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 2, looking to bookend the Wednesday program. 6 is Don's Last Call, Kevin Navarro. 7 to 2, second choice. 7, Frankie C, Juan Diaz, 4 pounds over the weight. And 8 is Barbara Spirit with Luis Perez. That's the group for the nightcap 8, 3, and 4-year-old fillies. 1 mile and 70 yards, made in claimers, 5,000 the level. Once again, Harkey on the 1, Because of the Brave. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Fans should be noted that not all combinations are covered in our late pick 4. Actual winning combination may result in a 3 of 4 condition, so make sure to hold and check all of your tickets. We're going to have a pick 6 carryover into the Monday card, $1,200, $12.87. Could have a pick 5 carryover. Need the 2, 3, 4, and 7. 2, 3, 4, and 7. Those are the 4 that are uncovered. If any one of those 4 could get to the winner's circle, we'd have a nice little carryover into the Monday card in the pick 5, $12,058.71. That might be somewhat of a tall task, but you never know. 2, 3, 4, 7. Let's see. I've got the 7 picked as my 4th pick, so maybe up against it. Got to beat the 5 Northway. Everybody knows that. She is even money on the board and probably deserves the favorite status dropping in class. Going to pick her second. How about the 6 Don's Last Call, trying to spring a little bit of an upset here in the nightcap. Like the race back on the 30th of August. I'll tell you what, on the day of the September, that 13th of September race, 3 races ago, this horse was really rolling. She had a good stride in a 6-furlong sprint, got all sorts of trouble when Barbara Spirit came over and took her out of the race. Don's Last Call was going to be right there on the line with the winner. Stepped up, or didn't step up, but stretched out to 1 mile and 70 yards thereafter and didn't really run much. That was a strangely run affair. I remember that race. Canceled Captivity was the winner. This horse didn't have the greatest of start that day, was wide throughout. I was willing to forgive that effort. Then turned back in distance and ran big. Talking about the 6 Don's Last Call, my top pick, now going to stretch back out. I'll make her the number 1 pick. 5 Northway, now you're looking at the 5 Northway. You've been looking at the 5 Northway. Probably deserves the top billing. Going to stretch out this afternoon. Bernardini out of a Congaree mare. Decent enough blood for the added real estate, especially up top. Maybe a little suspect with Congaree on the bottom. But Congaree was able to go 2 turns throughout his career. Northway's going to drop all the way to the bottom for $5,000. Has a couple of workouts since her last race, couple nice maintenance moves, and ran a decent enough race for 11. You have to figure she's a player against this group. She's even money. 8 Barbara Spirit, she's the one that impeded Don's Last Call when they faced off with one another on the 27th of September. Been running in similar races. We'll see how she fares. More Spirit up top. Yes, it's true. Bottom blood suggests a little shorter. But Barbara Spirit, who knows, maybe she can crack the top 3. And then 7, Frankie C, looking for a little bit of a long shot look. Made a nice little move out of that canceled Captivity race. Has been given ample time to come back to the races. Perhaps she improves once again. A little bit of a long shot look at 10 to 1. The 5 Northway deserves the favorite role. I'm going to try to upset her with the 6 Don's Last Call. One more race to go. We're open for simulcast wagering tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we'll do it all over again Monday with that little pick 6 carryover, better than $1,200. The fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Wednesday nightcap. One more race to go. One more race in the work week. Big favorite 5 Northway 4-5. Emmanuel Di Diego looking to bookend the Wednesday card. Number 8 Barbara Spirit is 3-1. The 1 because of the Brave is 7-2. And then it's the 6 Dawn's Last Call at 6-1. Inside 3 are situated. There comes Indian Penny. We got that pick 6 carryover for the Monday card, a little more than $1,200. 2, 3, 4, and 7. The 4 fillies uncovered here in the nightcap. 2, 3, 4, 7. A victory by any one of them would get us a $12,000 plus pick 5 carryover into the Monday program. All right, here comes Dawn's Last Call. Frankie C at 20-1, and then Barbara Spirit will be the last of 8 to the outside. Here comes Barbara Spirit. It's all about Northway, dominating the wagering all the way down to 3-5. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go, and it's an awkward start for Indian Penny. Barbara Spirit and Frankie C are showing pace because of the Brave and Polly's Angel. 4 gun for the lead. And look where Northway finds herself ideally situated behind this frantic pace up front. So it is because of the Brave and Polly's Angel and Barbara Spirit on top of the action. Frankie C is 4th with Northway taking over that spot. And boy, Northway's going good enough through the early stages. Following her is Giant Bottle. Dawn's Last Call is second last. Going to get some pace to chase this afternoon. Indian Penny is the last of all, 24 3/5. Because of the Brave, better than a length or so. A length and a tail to Polly's Angel. In the 3rd spot is Barbara Spirit. And here's the favorite, Northway, who continues to travel beautifully along the inside, making a move for 3rd in the Green Silks, getting within 5 lengths of Because the Brave. And Dawn's Last Call is creeping closer. Dawn's Last Call following in the footsteps of Northway up the inside. They go to Giant Bottle, Frankie C, and Indian Penny. Because of the Brave has the lead. Northway has momentum. So too does Dawn's Last Call. Barbara Spirit is dropping back in the 4th spot. So it's Because of the Brave and Northway. Dawn's Last Call and Barbara Spirit have 3 to find. And Indian Penny's trying to hit her best stride from the back marker. Northway got the trip. Northway's up to the front, getting first run on Dawn's Last Call and Indian Penny. Northway, she's looked like a winner the entire trip. She needs 3/16 for the money. Dawn's Last Call makes a move into second, then Because of the Brave and Indian Penny. Northway is just dominating on this big class drop. She's 3-5, and she looked like a winner the entire race, and she is strutting her stuff in the Wednesday nightcap from Dawn's Last Call. And who's going to get 3rd for Dylan Clark? It's Because of the Brave, and Indian Penny, her stablemate, checks in 4th for the Superfecta. $148 35 100s. Talk about a horse who never looked like she was going to lose. That was the 5 Northway. You could tell through the very early stages of this affair, there were 4 of them gunning for that lead heading into the turn, and Northway was in the perfect spot. Looked like a winner the entire trip. 6 Dawn's Last Call, not a bad race at a decent enough price, second. And then the stablemates for 3rd and 4th, 1 Because of the Brave and 4 Indian Penny 4th. Please hold all tickets until results have been declared official. Northways making her way into the winner's circle. A 3-year-old Bay Filly by Bernardini out of the Dam Shine Upon. Owned by Blue Bison Stable and Hoffman Thoroughbreds. Winning trainer is Maya Engelhardt. Winning jockey, the Barber Emmanuel Di Diego. Bookending our Wednesday card. 2 on the program for Di Diego. Winner was bred in New York by her owners. And the nightcap is official. 1-5 late double $18.80. A 5-6 exact at $12. 5-6-1 trifecta good for $9. 10-cent super 5-6-1-4 $5.62. 6-1-5 a late pick 3 $92.50. 7-6-1-5 our Wednesday late pick 4 $414.50. Wednesday's pick 5, 5 with 7 with 6 with 1 with 5, all 5, $927.50. Nobody with 6 in our pick 6, 5 out of 6, $57.75. There's the carryover, $1,212.87. That's it for Wednesday's program. Simulcast wagering tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Back at it again Monday with a 1:15 first post. Sure hope you had a great day of racing. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.